how are you?
Hey,
What?
I thought that was you, hey girl, hey.
you know.
Looks like you really scored on that outfit.
Oh, I got it. I just gotta wash it. And then, this?
Anywhere, yeah, anywhere. I think the presenters will probably be at the podium, so you want to sit
Oh,
over there, yeah.
the shorts, I think they'll fit. I didn't really take the time to try things on. I know
You
the
didn't go to the
Vader-
dressing room or anything?
The Vader jersey's gonna be a little snug. I can already tell that. But
Cool.
I'm excited. I was hoping that I'd find at least one thing. If I left with one thing, I'd be happy.
Like you made it.
How those items were picked up by someone else, I guess we'll have it.
No, it'd be great.
Show more attendance.
Well, keeping track of which things get more attendance, which generally isn't a secret, but
I'll write in my ballot.
Tasha, how are you doing?
Okay.
Okay.
My job ends in 2 months, so, find something new.
Yeah.
What's your job?
I'm a postdoctoral fellow. A TL1 postdoctoral fellow.
TL board. Trying to learn about
So far I've applied to about 110.
Where are you applying? Just everywhere and anywhere?
Mainly overseas,
Okay.
yeah, but I'm trying to do more, I'm gonna go more into policy.
Yeah.
So I applied to my dream job on Monday, and
Sounds like a good one.
it's. Are you gonna yes, of course. Yes. See, we're not as close as me. That's why you don't get that reaction.
We're not at the screen yet. I just haven't done my job well.
I mean, you got a hey girl, hey.
I'll
Drew
take that
did.
any day. Drew gave me I could see it. He didn't even notice it, but I could see it. It's like a spidey sense.
Drew just gets like a, hello, I see your face.
Yeah.
It's me. But you get a hey girl, hey.
You are present.
But I don't know how Drew would react if I saw him and said, hey girl, hey.
I don't know. Well, you should try it and see.
There's only one way to find out.
That's right. There's only one way.
Next time, so we hear, hey girl, hey.
It's you, Drew.
Yeah.
You just notice I didn't. Oh, wait, you have handouts. Oh.
Oh, yeah, we got serious today.
So prepared, love it.
The glares. Okay, the one on the table, right?
Yes.
You want me just to go down with this?
No, I'm gonna sit.
So I finished that one. Good for you. I found.
I want to see it.
But I might not be
What do you get?
Me?
No.
No. Yeah. I definitely.
So that's right.
Spend time in the sun, maybe?
Yeah.
Yes. But like, it's different. Hi, how are you? I'm good, how are you? I'm good. And we sit next to each other, like a policy. Which policy was that? Like.
Summer or something.
Oh, that's right.
That's the Mother Nature song.
That's right. Yeah. we sat next to each other. Yeah, that's right. Good for them, good for them. That's right, we did. I usually only remember faces, I'm like, I know you're right. Yeah, well, that was good, because I was thinking.
So, Carolyn broke down the differences.
There's differences? What are these differences? I'm just so weird to hear.
This one is really nice.
So on Father's Day, like I want to do something with the kids, I want to cook, so usually those like
Oh my
Royals are in
God.
town every other year.
The standards are not quite
Go to
high.
lunch, go to the Royals game, like big family activity.
Meaning, is
Politely putting in, she wants her own space on Mother's Day. She doesn't get a lot of that at home. So, the standard is,
Yeah, I mean, I had it in mind up here, but.
Okay.
so I don't know, like, it makes it, oh,
No, no.
And school medicine.
so my go-to, the baseline gift, the pre-K every year is, lunch, pretty much, it's almost like a lunch, downtown dollars, they do like all night.
Wait, like she goes to lunch by herself?
Yeah, she likes to go walk around Mass Street by herself, have lunch, and then, there's this, salon there where you do like a massage and nail treatment thing.
Okay, that's nice.
And then for dinner, we get the grandmas together and, dinner and, yeah.
So there is a carbon share, is what you're saying?
Yeah, there's no alone time on spot.
Yeah.
Is your mother in Lawrence?
Yeah, my mother and my mother-in-law.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, mother-in-law, retired and relocated from England.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Yeah, grandbabies are a powerful force.
They are big magnets. Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they can drive change, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I have family up around that area.
Yeah.
You guys have a
Yeah.
Well, actually, I sent.
progression to tenure?
Cleveland, really, I think underrated is a polite way to say it. I think Cleveland put down a lot.
I think so, but I like it.
Yes, it's a really nice. I got married, Cleveland, and, I'm from Lawrence, but my wife and I met all our college friends that never been to Cleveland. My family in Kansas has never been,
Yeah.
so, Mistake by the Lake, and there's all kinds of jokes and board and nothing to do. We had
Yeah,
a great
the
time.
river will catch on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have flown in and out there several times because I've got a lot of family in Alliance, which is a little bit south of there, and one or two cousins live right up on the outskirts of Cleveland. Alliance, Ohio.
Yes.
Yeah. There's Mount Union College there. It's a nice little town. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's where my mom and all of her siblings live.
Yeah.
We don't know. We don't know how far off from ourselves are.
Yeah. We've been in Lawrence for 31 years. Yeah.
Yeah, born and raised in Lawrence, so.
Yeah, yeah, it's a good town. It's getting better, I feel.
Maybe she needs to move down there.
Pretty nice. Do you live over there? No.
Yeah, I live just south of town, so if you come in on K10, you hit Haskell, if you head south, towards Baldwin, out, take a mile.
Right. Yeah, I live up northwest of Lawrence, near Compton, on 5 acres.
So you've been there for 30 years, do you remember, when there was a big hostage in town?
No,
Oh,
I do not remember that. But it might have been when my kids were small, and I was absolutely not playing video games.
98.
98.
Yeah, 98 or 90.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Where were they held hostage?
Well, the house that I live in now.
Really? Oh my gosh.
It's an old family house. It's like the only family who lived in it. It's built in the 1870s. A lot of
Wow,
yeah, some
wow.
people tried to hold up some people down the road to the south. They pulled it. My grandpa was living there at the time, so they pulled up for 3 days.
I do not remember that.
Not a lot like that happens in Lawrence.
No, if that was in the early 90s though, I would have been in the kid alert.
Yeah.
Probably,
Yeah.
Yeah, wow. No, I don't remember that. That's incredible.
Look it up on the Lawrence.
I will. Boy. And I haven't been listening to you much at all. Hello. Hi.
Yeah, so.
Thanks for coming. Yeah, absolutely.
So we'll just wait maybe 1, 2 more minutes and then I'm sure.
No hurry. sounds
We
good.
got, looks like we got 2 people who's.
Okay, cool. I just headed down to the roastery downtown plaza, meet with my son and the wedding planner over the rehearsal dinner. Crazy. When is he getting married? In October. Okay. Yeah, so, you know, they hadn't really done much of anything, so I told them I'd hire a wedding planner because it's gonna be a huge wedding. And neither one of them are planners. And so-
Like, not you, it doesn't do.
Right.
I wouldn't choose this
No, I
kind of a
was,
wedding, but if you're gonna do it, you
I
gotta do
was
it right.
trying to keep
Yeah.
myself occupied.
Did you have a big wedding?
and not think about it.
Got married actually
So,
in the chapel.
we got like really close. that I had-
Oh, the little one.
It's just-
Yeah, I had a reception.
It's just how
But you have to book that. You have to-
But I wasn't
So,
Disney.
yeah, we got married on Sunday of Memorial Day. So it
Oh.
was not a highly popular day, so
Yeah, okay.
yeah, just celebrate at Elbridge.
Oh, that's.
Go to the room.
I mean, I just wanted, I was from the beginning, I was all about.
Lauren and Casey are getting married at
Party, and that's
Lakeview.
really all I cared about. But when it came like game time or my stuff, I got a little
Yeah.
stressed.
She has a area.
My friend's side.
It's going to be great. Yeah.
Lauren is
funny, I saw
and Mark is
Everyone has their day.
They're all big. We don't have much family. That many friends.
Yeah.
Like you didn't want to do.
Okay, I think we'll get started. And so before we turn over, I'll introduce our guest today. Is Dr. Kim Richter. She's currently the Joy McCann Professor of Women in Medicine and Science. In terms of her research, she also does smoke cessation, has currently a R01 dealing with hospitalized smokers. But for today's session, she's here wearing her other hat, which is she serves as the chair of our P&T committee. And I must say, having seen the letters that she writes, I wish that she had written my letter when I went up to professor. But today she's going to talk to us about P&T and academic career. So,
Great,
turn it
thanks.
over to you.
And I'd like to thank Laura Martin here today. Dr. Martin is an associate professor, and we're actually looking at her fossilized CV from the year that she went up for associate professor in tenure. And so, you know, I asked her if she'd be willing for us to use that, and she graciously agreed, and then said she'd be happy to be here, which I think is great. Because we get to ask her about how she might have beefed up sections of her CV. You know, you may not see where the chinks are, but depending on your opportunities and your work and your opportunities for teaching and things like that, you may have a difficult time sort of building a CV that sort of hits it out of the park in terms of promotion and tenure, but that's what you want. And so Laura was very sort of mindful of doing that. So it's nice to have her here to so you can see sort of what went into the different entries that you'll see in the CV. I wanted to start off by asking people if you know what. So everybody should have this handout. I think it's called a academic rank matrix. So how many of you guys know what your track is? Like, can you name it? You know what your track is? You know what your track is? You know what your track is? We don't have to say what it is, but you know, sometimes it's a little tricky because some of these tracks are confusing. Like, am I on a clinical track, you know, or research track or educative track or clinical scholar track? And depending on what track you're on, you have different requirements for promotion to associate professor and then promotion to full professor. And so you want to know what your track is and know what kind of bar you need to hop over to get promoted well in advance so that you can, keep an eye on your CV and make sure that you are getting there.
I have a question.
Mhm.
I'm actually at a KU school of pharmacy, so in Lawrence, but do you guys basically apply these same standards across the whole school of medicine? Is that the way that works? Or do you guys have individual PT guidelines per department?
It's a great question. The reason that we have so many tracks is because all these things apply across the whole school of medicine. And we've got clinical departments and we have basic science departments. And some departments have heavier teaching loads than others, and some have almost no opportunity for like stand in front of a classroom didactic teaching. And so it's tricky. And so that's why we have these multitude of tracks. And a lot of tracks don't involve tenure. So there's not necessarily a clock on when people go up, as it is with the tenure track. But we have one committee. And so I, as a School of Medicine P&T committee member, have to evaluate people who are on the clinical track. And so I have to look and see what the requirements are, and I have to get the requirements, and I have to judge the CV according to those requirements. I can't take what was required for me to get promoted and apply that to other people. So it's really nice that, and I think that medical schools across the country have had to really do this to get very specific about the requirements and provide examples for what makes it or not, because we have lots of different kinds of faculty.
So do you have standards in the department levels as well? Because this is the university level review, right?
This is the School of
School level,
Medicine,
okay.
the school level review.
Okay.
Yeah. So we, as each department should have a committee for a promotion and tenure committee. And some departments have more and less formal committees. And some departments have more and less proactive chairs of those committees who really help people through the process. And then those committees are supposed to help you,
Okay.
Look and see what track you're on, what are the requirements, look at the CV and say, hey, you're looking good here, I see some holes here, let's fill these things in. So that when you go to the School of Medicine committee, they review it favorably. And then once the School of Medicine committee reviews it and it's passed on, recommended for promotion, then the dean of the School of the Medicine has to approve that. And then it goes to the university committee, and the university committee approves it, and then it goes to the Board of Regents, and the Board of Regents has to approve it. So it's a really involved process.
So where's the bottleneck typically at there as far as where the denial usually occur at the department level or negative reviews?
I haven't looked at numbers, but I think that's where that's usually where the decision is made, if you want to think about it that way. At the school level. Well, I mean, there's also, you do have to pass your department committee review.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to disclose things that are not secrets. So I wanted to go up a year early for professorship, and I was told I shouldn't. I didn't care for that. So I waited a year and then I went up. So that level of review there are probably fewer hard numbers on what happens there. And especially since in the School of Medicine, we have many tracks that aren't on a tenure clock, right? So there's no specific time frame by which somebody has to go up for review for promotion to associate professor. So that means that hard data on how many people are delayed in terms of their promotion or sort of never get promoted. It's harder because it depends on whether people put their CVs in. And that is as much a function of whether you've got a faculty member who who wants to get promoted or not. And often in these clinical tracks, and some of you guys may experience this, the incentive for being promoted, getting an academic appointment, are not that strong, because you derive a majority of your salary from your clinical work. Your chair, unless your chair has made this a priority and is reminding you know, it just may not happen forever. Yeah, and I'm not sure how it is in allied health.
Yeah, for health professions, in our department, we have a mandatory mid-tenure review.
So for tenure track,
Yeah, for tenure track, people have a mid-tenure review, and then, and that's probably the hardest. Like, we really give people some really tough feedback, because when they go up, we want them to be successful. So we'll give them feedback on whether they should or shouldn't, or if they seem like they're, you know, maybe somebody wants to go up early, you know, we might say, give yourself another year. Same thing happened to me. I was, I'm gonna go up an extra year early, and then I was told no, to wait. I still went up a year early, but that was probably the better advice. And so, you know, we give that feedback, and then by the time they get there, you know, if they don't do the recommended things, I mean, that's really on them. And then they may not get to go up for tenure if they chose not to make the recommended changes. I mean, I think that those things are possible, but I've never seen that happen. So most people, you know, get clarification and work towards their promotion and meet the requirements. But then we do another departmental review, and if we sign off on that, so the committee signs off on that, then the chair, you know, puts in their letter, and then it goes to the school at that point. But really, I think the department is probably the harsh. You know, we try to do the heavy lifting so that your portfolio. Now we do a little differently. We don't have a CD like that. We follow sort of set out guidelines. It's probably similar, but it's not quite the same. And then for promotions, we have the similar tracks as medicine does for people on non-tenure track. And I think that's more of a conversation with the department chair. What are your goals? How do we get you there? And, you know, I've never been on those conversations, but
yeah. And we also in the School of Medicine have, I can't remember what it's called, mid-tenure review, I think it's called. Whereas so that if you're on a tenure track, halfway to your 5-year time, then you are supposed to get a full review by the committee, and then get feedback on how you're doing. And Laura's nodding, because Laura went through all of this not that long ago, a little while ago now. Let me think. You know, we do try to give people really good, clear feedback at that mid-tenure review. Like, what do they need? What do they need to have in place in order to be successful when they're going up for promotion and tenure? Because with promotion and tenure, then it's basically kind of like the military. It's up or out. Although sometimes people who don't get tenure can be converted to another track and stay on. So it's not necessarily the case that you have to leave the institution, but you do definitely have to go up on a certain time frame, and then if you're not promoted, then you know you can appeal that. There are appeals and stuff like that, but basically people try to get tenure track people, you know, prepared and ready to go. Yeah.
in some places, actually, you go up for promotion and tenure separate.
Mm-hmm.
I reviewed somebody's portfolio from an external institution recently where they'd been promoted to associate professor, and then they asked if I'd review for tenure, and I was thinking, well, there's associate professor, but they did it separately, and so the merit on that is, do we really want to keep them at this point? So they were promoted to associate, but then are we going to tenure them? So that was, it was a really unique process for as an external person, you know, kind of making recommendations based on their contributions, not just to their school and what I see, but also the profession as a whole.
Yeah, tenure is getting more and more rare. So I've done those too, and often it's kind of an honorific for someone who's quite senior or the tenure, you know. So, so any other questions before we moved on? There was something else that I wanted to mention, and now I can't think of it, but I'll think of it a little bit later. You know, if you have a clear committee and a clear chair in your department, then you want to seek them out and talk to them and meet with them and show them your CV and get their feedback. But if you don't have that, then you can always go to the Department of Faculty Affairs and get feedback from Diane Durham or whoever that person is in your institution. And it's really their job to do that, and usually they're very happy to do it. They expect to do it. And very often with people with unusual circumstances, or if they have questions, in fact, I had a question from somebody who's going up pretty early, and I just said, hey, you know, I'm willing to work with you, but why don't you go meet with Diane Durham and talk to her about what she's seeing here? And they can give you another layer of feedback and stuff like that.
So with the kind of, I guess, diversity of the faculty that you guys have to review and really kind of a lot of subjective nature of some of the criteria here, do you guys rely a lot on the department chairs to write a letter of support, or, I mean, to kind of outline whether they are meeting the requirements based on, I mean, because like say the number of publications, number of grants or grant dollars, stuff like that, I imagine that can vary quite a bit.
You mean like the expectation?
Right, what the expectation is.
Yep. You know, I think that when people review these things, and we'll be going through it in a minute, you know, different people do it different ways, but these matrices are really designed to try to take the guesswork out of it. And so, you know, there's no hard and fast rule about, oh, you have to have 5 publications a year in order to get promoted, you know. But, you know, people will go through and count publications during time and rank and see what that productivity is, and then look at external funding. And then we'll look at how many of these bullet things people can check off, you know. And then there may be examples of leadership or teaching or scholarship that don't quite fit in one of these check boxes, but that's where you can use those sections in front of each of your research, teaching, and service sections to say, hey, you know, I was appointed to a national committee to set standards for this protocol, blah, 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 blah. And this fulfills, this is an example of my service of mid-level career level service, because it's evidence of national reputation and stuff like that. So you do rely on letters from the chair and also from the P&T committee, and then also from external reviewers to give you a sense of, you know, whether this person has a national reputation, does excellent, you know, does good research and stuff like that. But these things are somewhat objective in that they're not numbers, but if you can check enough boxes by these matrices, then you feel like this person has fulfilled the requirement. So it's a combination, yeah. But there are some faculty members who are on the committee who fly a little bit more by the seat of their pants, and they'll just say, well, gosh, this person just doesn't look like someone who, you know, like as productive as someone would be if they're on the research track. And then, you know, the other members will say, you know, show me where they don't fit here. I see that they did this, 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 and this, you know. So I think when you don't have good guidelines, there is an opportunity for bias to sway people's opinions. And that's why I think we're getting more and more guidance in terms of our review guidelines to try to make it more objective. Yeah, we'll never get down to having X number of publications, you know, because each discipline is different.
So how much weight do you guys put on the external review letters too? Are those pretty critical?
Well, I'd say they're weighty if they're weighty if they are weighty. If they're mediocre, that means something. If they're enthusiastic, that means something. And if they are reserved, they have a reservation, they're raised red flags, and that means something. So they are weighty. We do in the School of Medicine, I don't know if you guys do, allow people to nominate people as references, which is different from the KU campus, and contact those people and tell them, and are you willing, and ask them, are you willing to provide a reference letter for my promotion? You don't have to, you don't, I didn't. There's no guidelines about how you ask that, but, in general, you just ask them if they're willing to do this, not are you willing to provide me a good reference, But you are supposed to contact them and give them a heads up that this is coming and get their okay that they're willing to do it.
What are the rules as far as your relationship with that person too? Are there rules as far as?
There
what you
are
publish
some
or-
rules, well, it's pretty loose. That's a good question.
I know for UMKC, like, you can't be a co-author, they can't have supervised you in a training situation. Pretty much it.
We had the same thing at KU too. But I think if it's like a consortium type of thing, I think you're okay for co-author, but like you didn't have like collaborate on a grant or research project.
Yeah, and maybe it's just not current, I'm sorry, I just don't remember. It's a good question. I'm just looking here.
The rules may have changed, because when we went up,
Yeah,
I put people who I published with.
absolutely.
Well, and I wrote a letter for somebody who I published with, but I disclosed that like in my cover letter. I've worked with Dr. So-and-so on this project, however, I could get fair balance review because of X, Y, or Z. So I disclosed it because maybe it wasn't something for her institution, but for ours, they call it, for UMKC, it's called out.
Yeah, the only guideline I think ours has is that it has to be another institution. The advice I got was you probably only want one collaborator and then have the rest who are not collaborators. But there is something useful potentially with having someone who really knows your work.
So we can't contact ours at all.
Over at the KU campus, my husband is a professor of biochemistry. He's like, what?
Yeah.
You can contact these people?
So it could be a complete wild card. I mean,
Yeah.
if you put somebody, if you have to make a list of like 16 people.
Yeah.
And then pick from that. And so it could be a wild card, And I know we've had problems where people will say, sure, based on your, PT guidelines, they'll make tenure, but based on, if they were at our institution, they wouldn't. And that can be a pretty bad review or seen pretty poorly. So even though in the guidelines it says, don't review based on your tenure guidelines, review based on ours. I don't know. I know people have problems.
And that varies across institutions because I've had requests for reviews where they ask you to say whether they would be promoted at your
Really?
institution.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the same way,
Yeah.
look, based off of our guidelines, would you recommend, and then based off of your institution's guidelines, would you recommend, and they make you comment on those.
Yeah. It's interesting. So it is a little scary, like when you ask somebody from Harvard to write you a reference.
Yeah,
You just don't know what they're gonna say, like nobody is promoted here, so.
Of course not.
Two similar institutions.
Yeah.
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 But I think you're right, but I will follow up on that to see if there are any more guidelines, but I think, you don't want to do too many, you don't want to nominate too many collaborators here at KU Med for letters of reference.
Well, and for tenure, they can't be people at KU Med.
No, you have to get
I think
external
for the
reviewers.
research track,
For other tracks, you can get internal reference letters. So you need to just know what is allowed for your track and just, it's like everything. It's like writing a grant or anything else. You just read the recipe and follow the recipe. But you want to hit it out of the park, right? You don't want the P&T committee to have to try to read through the lines on a skimpy CV, which happens a lot. And people are like, geez, I wish they just told us more about this. It looks kind of interesting, but I don't know what it is. You want to dot every I and cross every T, it's worth it, so that there's just no question. And find somebody who will help you do that, who will give you the feedback. And just frankly, not every not every department has a strong P&T committee, and you're not to blame for that, but you should go and find someone who will be your advocate and help you put together a strong portfolio. And if it's Diane Durham, she'll do it, so you can explain sort of behind closed doors, look, I'm not getting any support here, and they'll understand and they will work with you. Okay, so shall we review Laura's CV, understanding that you won't hurt Laura's feelings if who were the reviewers? Okay, great, okay, great.
I'm well aware of the limitations of my CV.
Yeah. But the thing is like, you know, in med school, have you guys ever heard the term C equals MD? Right, so I don't know where, I just thought that was precious because you just cannot worry about whether, you know, you just want to do it good enough to get through. You don't want to do, I mean, you want to do a great job on your CV and get it through, but it does not matter. There's no A, B, C, D on this thing. Laura was promoted, she was promoted quite enthusiastically, of course, et cetera. But it doesn't matter, you know, what people think about it, and you feel free to identify weaknesses and stuff like that, and because it had a happy ending, right? Very happy ending. So, okay. So Laura's going to stay in the room because it'll be nice for her to hear concerns or whatever weaknesses that people identify, because then she can talk about her perspective on these things and what she tried to do to allay those. So, so we have 2 reviewers, and we're going to take just maybe 5-10 minutes to talk about it. It's like a grant review. It goes pretty fast. So we got Laura Martin here, and she's up for she's up for promotion and tenure on the tenure track, which means that she needs to have early career level performance in terms of service, and then mid-career level performance in terms of teaching and research and scholarship. She was promoted to her assistant professorship in 2010, so, and this would have been reviewed in 2015. So, so just so we know, her time and rank was 5 years. And beyond that, I think we're all on the same page here. So in terms of her, let's see, usually what happens is there's a primary reviewer that talks through the different criteria in terms of teaching, service, and research, and then also the reference letters, and then the next person kind of adds to it. So I don't know if one of you, and you guys, you want to tell everybody your names, maybe everybody remembers, but.
Drew Roberts.
Okay.
I'm Ryan Baum.
Okay, so Drew or Ryan, would one of you guys like to be the primary reviewer and just sort of see what you saw in terms of teaching, service, and research? You want to go for it? Thanks, Drew. She knows where he lives. Yeah.
So for teaching, Dr. Martin's expectation was a mid-career level achievement, which would include either faculty members with more significant teaching responsibilities or experience. And they need to demonstrate proficiency in activities such as developing and participating in teaching of major components of courses, supervising grad students, teaching in patient care settings if applicable, developing significant educational materials, evaluation techniques, or mentoring advising or mentoring a large number of learners. That's typically how you go through this. Okay. I might need some hand-holding for this process.
Yeah, and you know, on page 5, if a candidate has done her job well, then she basically, in the intro to the section, spoon feeds the reviewers the things that got her over the bar.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think her first paragraph, she kind of really tried to nail it home.
Okay, so Dr. Martin highlights notable teaching accomplishments since her appointment in her current position as developing curricula for neuroimaging rotations into high school volunteers, undergraduate, graduate, postdoctoral trainees, to directing and developing curricula for neuroimaging workshops, supervising and mentoring high school or trainees from high school through postdoctoral and clinical resident levels, developing and implementing online curricula for a course, preventive medicine course, which was a clinical and translational research seminar. She also directed this course and chaired numerous capstone and dissertation committees and served on thesis and dissertation committees as a committee member. And then you go to like editorial comments.
Yeah, I mean, I think basically what the committee is listening for is whether you, as a first reviewer and the other folks, felt that she met mid-level sort of career requirements in terms of teaching, and that's, these examples are there are examples of this bulleted here. It doesn't mean that this is an exhaustive list, but it's just examples of it. And so-
Question, so, I heard in there, trainees from high school through graduate. So when you put something under the bucket of teaching, does it have to be teaching in the service of the university that you're, like, students of the university that you're applying, or could it be outside the university setting?
So, and this is great, we can do this.
Sorry, I just.
No, that's okay, because I think the answer is, it kind of depends on what you need. And so, some people frame teaching of like people out in the community and stuff like that, or presentations to mid-level healthcare professionals or community groups as service.
Right.
But you could frame it as teaching if you need to shore up your portfolio in teaching. And so you could say, I'm teaching, providing teaching and training to people, and make the case that it is sort of teaching, and it's okay to do that. Yeah. So you can do it either way. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, say, I guess I would have commented in that vein that I don't see much experience directing didactic training in any of the sort of degree programs within her department or across the School of Medicine. She did direct the clinical translational research seminar, which was a 1-credit course for 2011 to 2014. She was active as a guest lecturer across numerous courses and spent a lot of her teaching effort, applied instruction within her field, her expertise in her field of research to high school through graduate students that were engaged in those research activities.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So what do you think? What would your impression be? Thumbs up or thumbs down in terms of mid-level, mid-career level teaching?
I would say, given her leadership position within the Brain Imaging Center, that she identified teaching activities that were appropriate for her position.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it probably looks like a typical teaching load.
Different.
Teaching responsibility,
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Okay.
That's my feeling too, looking over her CV. I see that she's got a pretty large portion of her time committed as a co-director of the Brain Imaging Center. And I'm guessing, being at the KU Med Center campus, I think teaching, not having undergraduate programs on campus is usually somewhat sparse and hard to get. Somewhere at KU, like KU Lawrence, I don't think this would be the only amount of teaching level, but I think for KU Med Center, I think it is appropriate. Mm-hmm. And with the co-director position.
So we should just stop here and let Laura comment, because this is what you had to really work on.
Absolutely. So this was really a major concern with, especially at the time, how my position was structured. So I was faculty in a center, had a department appointment for promotion and tenure, but my primary direct supervisor was the center director, not the chair, which changes the whole flavor of those interactions.
So she wasn't tasked with
Teaching.
With the
and-
teaching stand-up classes, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to find teaching wherever I could. And the other part of the packet that you don't see with just the CV is I had letters from the graduate students, so I did share dissertation committees in Lawrence, letters from postdocs, course evaluations. So for any of those teaching activities, I built red cap surveys and sent it out to people. So I had some sort of formal teaching evaluation, had a peer teaching evaluation as well. So Kim actually came to one of the workshops that I hosted and evaluated my teaching there. So in the full packet, there were other pieces to really demonstrate the level of teaching, even though it's not your standard. So yeah, my chair was very concerned about this and very concerned about how my teaching would pass in the departmental review, where it's not the standard teaching that the other members of the department are doing. And so that's one of the reasons I did have the one Prep Med course to give some more formal teaching, but it was really, how do I make that case? And so meeting with department chair, meeting with Kim, especially post the mid-cycle review, to really figure out how do I leverage the things that I'm doing and try to sell that as teaching.
You feel like the evidence that you were able to supply, like the course evaluations, kind of helped give weight to, hey, I've actually done these things?
Yeah, and I also met with Diane Durham as well to get a sense of where how my teaching compared to faculty in other departments in the School of Medicine, so that I had a better sense of what it would look like when it went to the school promotion and tenure committee as well. So
at what point did you create those red cap surveys to evaluate your guest lecturers? That's pretty too much.
So that probably, and I sent that out to all my undergrads who I did informal teaching with. That was probably post mid-cycle review. And also would take paper evaluations to any of these guest lectures that I did, so that I was building up course evaluations.
The course evaluations are pretty important. They're super important on the Lawrence campus. And they're important here because you want to talk about what you did and the volume of what you did, but you also want to be able to talk about the quality of what you did. So teaching evaluations attest to the quality of your teaching. If you get teaching awards, that's really important. If you get any research awards, that's important. If your abstract gets selected for some award at a conference, that's evidence of research excellence. And so the teaching evaluations are really important. But Laura wasn't teaching really any courses, except for maybe the 1 hour credit hour course, I don't know, that had evaluations attached to them. So she started creating her own evaluations and providing them. So that was important for her to get over that hump. Now, what our department didn't, I think, really realize as well, or maybe some people in our department, that people across the university in clinical departments have the same challenge. So they just aren't teaching the same volumes. They're not teaching stand-up 3 credit hour courses to 15 people every semester and stuff like that. So their teaching is somewhat lighter. And if they're smart, then they do things like Laura to make sure that she's got evidence of quality.
You guys do percent effort in the School of Medicine, like 40% is teaching, 20% is admin or service, and a certain percent is research, so that when even though I know they mark what you are, but you guys have to justify your percent effort.
But we do during our annual evaluations with the chair.
Yeah.
We have a percentage breakdown of
Where we
research,
can go
teaching,
going.
and service.
Yeah, but in the promotion and tenure thing, people don't say, oh, this person was all research, therefore, even though they're tenure track, therefore they don't have to do any teaching.
So I know in ours, we have to give our job description, our job description has that explicitly stated in it. So,
Yeah, if you're a tenure track faculty member, you have to have mid-level achievements in teaching. So maybe you're not, maybe you're research track, and then it's different. But if you're a tenure track, but you do a ton of research, and you sort of, maybe you're 80, 10, 5, I don't know, 10, 10 or something, you still have to prove, you have to have mid-level, career level achievements in teaching in order to get tenure. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, then you're probably on the wrong track. If you do all research, then you probably should be on a research track. Or if you do a ton of teaching, then maybe you should think about moving to.
Could you use like mentorship?
Director or something, right? I mean, it'd be very hard to do it if you have at the same time doing core activities and be able to, meet that threshold for
Yeah.
everything else.
Yeah.
I was just, it says supervising graduate students, so if you were doing a lot of research and having a lot of product that your mentees were presenting or publishing, could you maybe bucket that? in
Well,
there
that's what you
deeply?
did. So when,
Like,
this is
Shove
what
it in there.
I would do as a member of the School of Medicine TNT committee, is I would go through and check things that I heard. And if they check boxes, then I'm good. I mean, it's not up to me to judge whether they, she stood in front of a 3-credit-hour class every semester. That to me that's not the only box on that thing. That's why we have multiple examples. But we do have there are some people on the committee who just say, well, she's tenure track and I don't see any didactic teaching here, so I don't see how we're getting anything out of this. But then we've got all these other great examples, she's mentoring other faculty and she made that case. So, so that was outstanding. And you guys caught all of the things that Laura and that we all were worried about and wanted to make sure that we had documented it. So, but you didn't get to see all the teaching evaluations and stuff like that. Okay, how about, let's move on to, what's the next section? Service, yeah. So, for service, tenure track person only has to be at the early career level.
Try this one? Sure. I'm gonna take over as timer on this.
All right, go for it.
Split it up.
Yeah.
So, so service-wise, her activities, play a key role of leadership at the Brain Imaging Center, serving as co-director, but as well as at the institutional level, playing a leadership role in the Women in Medical Sciences Program Committee, as well as serving as a reviewer on national and international grant applications and journal article reviews. Also serving as in the national, or the Society for Research in Nicotine and Tobacco and the Society for Neuroscience, both at the local and national level. Also noted, which I don't think was specifically highlighted in the description here, was she also put together a symposium at a national level meeting, which is quite significant. And she continues to be highly active in the local chapter of the Society for Neuroscience, and serves as a research advocate at Capitol Hill, and then has also been a spokesperson for the Med Center in both national and local interviews covering topics related to the Brain Imaging Center. So overall, as far as service activities, since she only really has to meet their early career, I think she's at or above where she needs to be. So from my experience and from my own review, as far as service activities go, usually it's pretty low bar. But I don't know. I've never heard anyone getting held up as far as contributions in service.
You're saying in general?
In general.
That's not what people fall down on.
Right. So I think it was adequate, her level of service, maybe even more so since especially her, and I don't know if her role in the Brain Imaging Center is considered a service technically, because that's always a bit of a question, say from like clinical practitioners that have a clinical service and then they are going through the promotion and tenure process, what the clinical service counts as service. Really, usually it doesn't. Usually it falls in a different category. Ours usually is, service to the department, to the school, to the university, and then, at the national, international level. So that's usually related.
And again, you can slot these things a little bit the way that you need them. But in terms of other service under mid-career criteria, their administrative responsibilities for divisions, departments, centers, or institutes is definitely one of the examples. So I'd say that she checked that box. And I think, Drew, do you want to you want to have anything to add to
And I
that?
mean, she did serve, also, I didn't note that too, but she has served as a reviewer on multiple study sections as well. I saw that, which was, I don't think I've noted theirs explicitly, but that was definitely checked box. Yeah.
Especially the exceptions to the early career study section review program, which is competitive.
Do you have anything to add or?
No.
Yeah. And what did you concur that she met or exceeded early career level
Yes.
requirements for, yeah, definitely. Yeah, so, and sometimes people will say, well, in fact, she actually met mid-level career or some, in the discussion, they'll say, she.
Does that make a difference whether she meets mid-level career or just making a statement that she?
Oh, they're just saying, she exceeded it by quite a bit, What you want is people to say things like, she was a triple threat, she was mid-level on all three, da-da-da-da-da-da-da, which is surely what they were saying. But no, if you just, I think you're right, I've never really heard of anybody getting knocked back for any kind of promotion based on their service, usually not. But you can get promoted based on your service. For example, from associate to professor level, full professor, to be promoted here at KU Med, you choose 2 domains in which you have established level achievements. And it could be teaching and service, or it could be research and teaching, or it could be, you can choose whichever you want. So at that level, you can get promoted based on your service. Yeah.
So what I understood, whatever your primary was that you went for from assistant to associate has to remain your primary from associate to full. So like if
That's
my
interesting.
primary was under research, I can't switch to then clinical if I'm going from associate to full. At least at UMKC, because we have like primary, secondary.
I don't think it's
That's
that
not the
way
same
here.
thing.
I don't think
Okay.
so, but I should look and see. I think you just have to choose 2. Maybe
Yeah, in discussing with Diane Durham, it's just
pick
You gotta
2.
choose.
pick 2.
Because a lot of people, when they're moving up in their career, they take on heavier administrative roles or service, so at KU. And so you have to know your institution, and they do differ. Things do differ. I just reviewed somebody for promotion at another institution. I love their guidelines. I wish we could just adopt them. They were so clear. And but they were a little different from ours. Not very different, but a little bit different, but really, really good. So but they were different. So you have to, know your own. Okay, how about research and scholarship? Which of you guys want to take the lead on that?
Sure, so we would expect to see a mid-career level achievement regarding research and scholarship. Considering extramural grants or contracts received, contributing to local or regional guidelines or membership of groups developing national guidelines, offering peer-reviewed scientific publications of both chapters, presentation at scientific meetings. I'd say Dr. Martin, in terms of showed significant, productivity and success in obtaining extramural funding. I guess since her appointment to her current position in 2010, she early on received an NIH R03 as a PI, and then also completed an NIH K99/R which completed in 2015. It was a 5-year award. She's also, her research program is taking place in what she described as a team science setting in the Haugland Brain Imaging Center. So she is also serves as co-investigator on numerous internal pilot grant submissions, as well as serving as PI on some of these smaller internal pilot grant as well. Currently, she's funded on numerous extramural grant awards, including as PI ACS Institutional Research Grant, and also a variety of funding from NIH through foundations, through internal CTSA funding as well. And so she's been very active writing grants, also multiple unfunded awards as well, including 2 R01 submissions as PI, which were submitted in 2015 that were not awarded. And then also serving as co-investigator on other multiple NIH R01 and R21 applications. Brian, anything else you'd like to add? I guess that's just grants. As far as publications or deliverables from her work, she's presenting a CV with 36 total peer-reviewed publications. Let's see, 2/3 of those, I guess, coming from the time that she was appointed to her current position. It appears that a lot of these publications were likely with, I guess, trainees or collaborators in her center. I think I counted maybe 7 first and senior author publications out of these 25 to 26 that were published since she was appointed to her faculty position here. Steady publication track record, and then lots of presentations, both as first senior author or as a mentor or collaborator at multiple national, local, and international.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would agree. Pretty substantial record of publications. I guess the only thing I would note, and I don't know if this is a big issue, but as far as majority of them are not first or last author publications, but still 7 first or last author publications is still pretty strong. And then as far as the grants, I guess the only thing, I think I counted the only current grant is as PIs, the one ACS grant, is that correct? So, I mean, I don't know how much that weighs as far as PI or co-I versus PI on grants. But I mean, definitely a strong record of submitting previous grants. I'm guessing as a core kind of co-I status is usually looked at as kind of, I guess, expected. So co-I lots of grants and support that way is sufficient. Whereas in some institutions, I think you have to have the PI. I think here maybe it may be a little differently since it's through the maybe not. I don't know. You're shaking your head a little bit.
You don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
because she's at Hoagland, but other people in this institution are doing other things, and so you don't know what the expectations of.
Right.
I mean, it varies. Yeah, depending on department.
But I mean, it
Yeah,
seems
yeah,
like
yeah.
she's extremely active, research-wise, and very productive.
So what do you guys think in terms of meeting mid-career level achievements for research and scholarship?
Yeah, I'd say mid-level, based on publication track record and the types of, I mean, she completed the career development award and she's going after the big external grants that you would expect to see as someone coming up with career development award.
Probably just assume it's a matter of time before she gets up on one at that point. We might guess it. Apparently she did, so. Yeah.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh, not yet? Oh, no.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
Right. So any comments or questions at this point?
So there was a couple comments like around trajectory, like she came in with these and then we saw this happen. How important is that? Like the trajectory of it. So let's say she came in with a really strong record and then in the last 2 years it was like, she hasn't had any publications, or she went from 2 to 3 publications a year to only one publication for the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Is that ever viewed as like a negative or?
Especially with like one of those K-99s too, right?
Well, people do talk a little bit about that if it's a problem. I don't think it was necessarily a problem.
No, totally.
But,
I'm just
but
saying
people
as an
do
example,
talk a
sorry.
little bit about it. Like if there was a hole there, then what they would expect the candidate to do is talk about that. You know, if there was a break in there, then one could say, well, you know, I actually switched areas and I was sort of doing a lot of spade work on, you know, getting some methods together, and you know, I've got a manuscript in press and one submitted based on this new area, so I anticipate that I will be, you know, taking off. It's a hot new area, so somehow explaining that for sure. Yeah. I mean, there is, and I can't remember, and I don't know that I have it with me, but there is the expectation for somebody on tenure track that they are on a trajectory to become a full professor. It doesn't mean that they qualify to be a full professor, but that they look like they've got that momentum.
I'll give you an example. If somebody reviews mine from when I was associate to now, there'll be a year where I had a little bit of a lull. And for me, you know, our goal was usually 8 manuscripts a year, and, you know, 1 year I had 12. And so, you know, there's this period of time where I have only 4. And if you look at that, someone will say, well, you know, what happened? But, you know, what I will do is address that we were developing a very local technique, you know, using QTB that I talked about last time I was here. And, you know, when you're developing a product or a methodology, you know, we were really focused on that. But then the paper that came out of that was, for me, Journal of Applied Physiology was a really top journal. And so it was, you know, published as a method script. So I'll sort of couch that and say, you know, I had a little bit of dip in publications, but we spent, you know, 2.5 years developing this technique, and it was published in Journal of Applied Phys with an impact factor of, and kind of how that contributes to some of our future work. I would assume that would be the same for medicine if you were developing a drug or device, or maybe you were on maternity leave, or, you know, or just couching, you know, I had a little bit slower period, or a family member was ill, or, you know, I didn't take a leave, but I had a little bit of a dip, but now I'm back on track. I mean, I think you just have to explain it, and I think most of the committees are understandable of this. I hope.
Does high impact trump mass amounts of publications?
That's a great question.
Yeah, so impact factor, like the CV that I just reviewed, had the impact factor of after every single entry here. And on the folks who just went up in our department, different people did it slightly different ways, but we're either citing their, what is it? The age index, yeah. And also some of them had impact factors and things like that, and that is becoming more and more something that the committee expects to see. And I think it's a good thing to include.
I've also seen people do, I don't know if we're, as an institution, how our scope is, or through the library, but they have metrics and visuals where it kind of shows the network of like how your research disseminated and like citations and how well you collaborate across institutions.
I've seen like number of citations, like cited extra times on some of like the larger ones.
Yeah. So, and you know, and that's a good thing to talk to your committee chair about, or Diane Durham, or whoever that person is at your institution, to say, you know, to what extent should I be including information on impact factors or the age index or whatever? What is it expected? And you want to do that. Now, the one that I reviewed the other day was the age factor was 19, which is not humongous or anything, but it was like, what it was saying, I understand that I need to be accountable for my research productivity and quality. And so, you know, who knows what a 19 is, especially in a different discipline, you know, but she had it on there. So it's getting to be more and more.
Also interesting, because like the pediatric journals, none of them, like even JAMA Pediatrics, the impact factor is still below 5.
I know.
Right?
I know.
But to be published in pediatrics, whose impact factor is like 4.9, is like the preeminent pediatrics journal, right? Versus if I, you know, and then adult medicine, and I published in JAMA Impact Factors 49.
Yeah, yeah, so you just explain those things, and there are also other ways where you can say this is the top journal in this field, or leading journal in this field, things like that, yeah, for sure.
Would you comment on, so I had like a notable publication, because I got probably lucky to some extent, before I accepted my position here, but if you still feel like it's a marquee achievement that demonstrates your work.
Yeah.
You would still talk about that.
Yeah, I would, you know.
Yes, you guys don't like cut off on yours. Like all of ours
that's-
usually have a cutoff, says this occurred, what publications 1 through 10 occurred after joining the faculty.
Yeah.
And, you know, so there's a line demarcation.
Yeah.
I had to go through and try to
Yeah.
find that line of demarcation.
Some folks on the P&T committee, the School of Medicine P&T committee do that. They'll talk about during time and rank this happened, during time and rank this happened. And others are a little looser about it, but it depends again on the institution. Yeah, but I really encourage people to pay attention to that, you know. And Laura, in your teaching, you had, you have a demarcation for, you know, during, before and after, I noticed that, but and then an independent faculty career, you marked it off like you're teaching before and after that, but you didn't do it in your publications, but, you know, some people do, some people don't. But, you know, that's what I loved about this other institute and their guidelines. They said, you know, you should be evaluating people based on their time and rank. And one other thing that they highlighted, which I thought was so important, was that their research accomplishments could be based on, you know, their own research accomplishments or the work they did contributing to the accomplishments of other researchers. That is, so somebody who ran a center or core facility, or who did work that facilitated the work of many other people, totally got credit for that explicitly. Whereas we've had to make that argument in our department for people, and you don't know if everybody's going to buy it or not, even though I think it's critical. So yeah, and so. Laura, do you want to comment on what they commented on and your concerns and what you did to try to?
I was very nervous about going up without an R01 in hand. Wasn't exactly sure how that was going to play out, because you hear all these metrics, you need to have X number of publications, the expectation for R01 level. So that's where I really tried to make the case for the team science and my Copeland position there. Now, whether those things go from, and because from assistant to associate, you have to meet mid-career for teaching and research, I put more of those things on the research side than under service. That might change when I go up to full professor in terms of what is research and what is service in my core role. But that was a decision that I had to make. And so it was really, how do I highlight all of these different directions that I'm pulled in as a core faculty member, where I'm facilitating other research, which of course takes time away from independent research.
But it's very important to the institution.
Exactly.
So she's helping other people get their careers going. Yeah.
And get their grants.
Yeah, that's right.
So did yours make it through the first pass, or did you have to go through the
No.
first pass?
Yeah, it was a home run. I mean, I feel like we made a really strong argument. I mean, we don't know. I wasn't on the committee at that point. We have no idea. But that's what our goal was, to have absolutely no doubt.
And anyone in your department or who collaborates with you, who's on the PMT committee, has to leave the room for that discussion, so.
For the discussion.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
for the vote and everything.
Same in health professions.
Yeah.
That's the stuff.
So Laura, I can't remember whether you took a year or not.
I did not.
And I remember us talking a lot about
We talked about it.
Yeah, and there were pros and cons because she had had a baby, and then the question was, did she take that extra year or not?
Well, and the guidelines were very unclear as to whether I could take that year or not, because I had a baby in June of 2015. had to submit to the school in May that I was planning on going up for promotion and tenure. The hard deadline wasn't clear for that timing. And so I actually was putting together all my materials while I was on maternity leave because I had to submit in August at the very end of my maternity leave. So after meeting with Diane, she's like, well, wait a minute, you could wait. And so then I had phone calls with Kim and talked to the department chair as to whether or not I should wait. And we decided to go ahead and move forward.
You didn't need another year stressing out over it, right?
No.
So my
Yeah, I
department chair said to
mean,
me,
timing
"Jay,
is
I said the same
important.
thing."
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know, I just thought, I didn't see that there would be any problem with it because I'd just come off the service on the School of Medicine PNT. And I saw folks who were getting, who weren't nearly strong, so I thought, I think we ought to just go for it. And, yeah, but it was, it was a bit of a call.
Yeah, and I had met with Diane Durham as well, and she reviewed my CV as well to give me that
And Diane,
advice.
yeah,
Yeah.
she thought it was okay.
Yeah.
I have a question about so the mid-cycle review, say there's some concerns brought up as far as like research productivity, like 2.5 years is not a long time to start like racking up publications if they're not already in the works. So what do you, what is your advice to people if you feel like they need research in the back half of their brief tenure? Because part of it is, so I guess selfishly in my scenario, like I'm not in a team science setting, like I'm pretty much like a lone wolf with the type of methods and
Yeah, he
content
howls a
area
lot.
that I'm doing. What's that?
You're in your office howling all the time.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like looking at all these grant submissions and I'm like, it would be physically impossible for me to be involved in this many grant submission activities. So I have to be much more strategic, so it makes you want to bark a little bit. Thinking,
Yeah.
this is what I should have my CV looking like.
Right.
Especially because you talk about some like having to dip. Like I got my KL2, which involved like a content area change and also a different data source change that I was used to, which involved some federal government administrative barriers to accessing that data that I didn't anticipate. So there's things like that where I'm like 2 years in, like starting to panic about like, especially.
Because you
when I
can't
see
do the
stuff
work
like
that you need
this.
to do.
Yeah.
Because, yeah.
Well, so yeah, with the mid-career review, it is difficult because you're only there for a few years. And I think that people try to give you advice about what you need to beef up, and you just want to try to go with it. So like for publications, you might, as you've done, want us to go see if there's a database you can download and crank out a paper somehow, just to sort of, keep that going. I will tell people that I had a K award when I first got here, and I got a Robert Wood Johnson grant 1 year into that, and I had 26 publications from the K award alone. But when I was going up for promotion and tenure, all I had, I was co-investigator on an R21. And I was worried, but in addition to those 26 publications, I had a lot of others. I had put in grants, a lot of grants, not a huge amount, but a number of grants. And I had one in the works. And so, we just made the case. And, the case was that I am on a trajectory and that, so, and I got it. And I didn't have to appeal. As far as I know, there were no questions. I had been teaching, I had real solid teaching. So for me, teaching was super solid, service was super solid. The research, the productivity in terms of grants, and in terms of a number of these things here, you could check off. The one thing that was falling down in was I didn't have an R01 in hand, but I had a track record of getting NIH funding. So the thing is that I think there's no one thing that's going to be the kiss of death. There shouldn't be. And other members of the School of Medicine or the PNT committee should be there to not let somebody make that happen. And so what you've got to do is just, okay, so I was a little scared about research, so, but I knew my teaching was hitting it out of the park because I was co-director of a core, of a required clerkship of med school 4 year. That's so, and I had really great teaching, things. So you just try to be strong where you can, and then where you aren't so strong, really do your best to sell it, But there are few perfect CVs where somebody is a triple threat and got their R01 and super high teaching evaluations and, serving on national committees. There's just not that person usually. I mean, there
I
are.
guess I'd echo that too. It's like, I always had that thought in my head, especially the School of Medicine, it's always R01 or done. But in the department that I call my home, there's 2 faculty that have R01s that didn't get tenure. So, I mean, there's other things that come into play there too.
Yep.
That can be just as important.
It can be.
And I don't know your committee or your department, but, if you're running into.
Well, so this is my department.
Not-
I'm going
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, if you're having trouble on the KL and you thought you were gonna get data and you ran into barriers that were unforeseen, I'd be talking to somebody and saying, this is what I had thought and what I expected. This isn't working out, do you have some advice to me? How do we spin this? So, again, it's not your fault. You're doing the things that you're supposed to be doing, but sometimes there's unforeseen things where, collaborator got sick or, there were barriers between institutions. I mean, there's sometimes contracts going on, how long this can take to get in place for different projects or drugs or whatever. It takes longer than what people expect. And so there might be opportunities. I would just start talking to them and say, how do I do with this? This doesn't get going, or I don't reach the target publications that I anticipated, but I am doing everything I can. How do I offset that? Somebody might have some advice for you.
Diane's willing to meet with you at any stage
Yeah.
as a faculty member and look at your CV. And again, she can provide that perspective of where do you sit within the school, not just within the department, so that you can get that better sense of, maybe this looks really great if I was in one of these other departments. And so it's not going to be an issue for the institutional. So it's just, how do you make that case to the departmental committee why this is happening?
We can shift.
They'll
our
understand.
efforts. That's the other difference, probably. Like, we can shift our efforts. So let's say your KLG had a barrier, and so we said, well, to offset that, we're going to give you a little more teaching right now and work that. And so we might shift your effort up to 60% for teaching and drop it a little bit for research. Then when you're judged, it's a different percentage. And we can do that.
Yeah, that doesn't happen in the School of Medicine.
Yeah.
But,
Would you say that you're in pretty good shape if you're strong in 2 domains and a little weaker in the other? That's going to take some explaining. Is that largely what you see, where 2 areas are extremely strong in one area, there needs to be some explaining?
Well, I mean, you have to, I think, for a tenure track position, you have to really make the grade in terms of teaching and research. You just have to. And there may be some, I don't know, explaining, people aren't sitting around on their hands, they're doing good work. So the question is, what am I doing and how do I highlight its strengths? Yeah, so I think that, but you're right, like if you're having to if you're struggling to make the case in 2 domains, I think then if you're not on a tenure clock, then you can just wait until you strengthen those areas. If you are on a tenure clock, that's when you want to reach out. I would agree with Sandy and say, put me on a paper, frankly, or whatever, and that can happen. And, how can you help me here? Or I want, our department, for many years, we were a very junior department, and we really did work on helping each other out. And hopefully in any department, you'll be able to find people who you can reach out to do a little bit of, to collaborate with, basically, to build that CV. And Kim Engelman put me on that R21, and I don't know whether somebody didn't tell her to do it. It's like, she was like, hey, Kim, I think you could be interested in this. Would you be interested in helping me out with this? And I was thinking, well, it's a little bit different from what I do, but, sure, I'll do what I can, and I feel like it helped me get over the hump, and it was important, and it was well justified. I've had UO1 and 2 RO1s and multiple supplements and all kinds of things afterwards, but you gotta do what it takes to.
Do you list all of those grant submissions that didn't get funded to like
You do list
justify, hey, I am in the hamster wheel and I am
Yeah.
running
you
as
do.
fast as
And
possible?
people, and people mention it and they know that for sure. Yeah.
Just definitely starting to grow. It's great.
Thank you, Sam. Do you want to mention anything else or anything you were worried about the process or?
Yeah, for me, because of the type of position that I was in, it was trying to figure out the best category to put all the different types of activities into, how to highlight it, but also really thinking about that from the time I started my faculty position, thinking about what I would need to do at mid-cycle and what I would need, where I would need to be so that I could do whatever I could to start making that case. So whether that was, like after the mid-cycle going out doing teaching evaluations because I knew I wasn't going to have formal coursework. So it was really getting a lot of mentoring on how do I go up for promotion to tenure and seeking out that mentoring there.
Did you have a committee within your department that kind of helped you put that together, or was it?
So yes, there was the department committee and then I met with,
Okay.
I met with Kim as well, who headed that committee to talk through that. And then through the annual assessments with my chair, that was always, that's what we talked about in every single annual assessment, is where are you on track for promotion and tenure? And my annual assessments are a little different because I have my chair as well as the center director at those meetings. So they're always a little interesting because different people have different priorities for it. And then I have to, of course, have my own priorities that I'm setting by that discussion too, so. But yeah, it was from my very first annual assessment. That's what we went through was, okay, where are you on teaching? Where are you on service? Where are you on research? This is what you should be doing. And that happened every single year.
I know from my perspective, having good department chairs is really important when it comes to that.
Absolutely.
Because I know like we have a department chair who's been there for a long time, and so he's seen a lot of people go through, and so then he kind of knows what it takes to hit the grade on the review criteria. So usually they can tell you.
And my department chair was very concerned about my role at Oakland.
Oh, really?
And how that would be seen, especially within the department P&T committee. So that's what he was focused on from the very beginning was, okay, how do we make your CV look like a traditional CV in our department?
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that in order to pass the muster, really you have to. So it's nice to get a broader perspective.
Yes.
And so it's good to get multiple people weighing in on it. At someplace like the Med Center, at KU, I feel like things are a little more, I don't know. The department really makes a call on what's appropriate for promotion and tenure within this discipline. And so I think that the university committee kind of follows that lead a little bit more. But here at the Med Center, there's more flexibility because there are many more models of doing research and teaching and scholarship. And so you can thread the needle a couple different ways. And I think, so it's good in that way.
And I've seen Diane Durham present on and talk about cases where a faculty member did not have the support of their chair before they went up and went against their chair's advice and still got promoted.
Did hunky-dory.
So your chair doesn't necessarily know how it's going, as Ken said, how it's going to
You want
actually.
multiple perspectives.
So that's for you guys, like say, with me at School of Pharmacy, like that's usually the department makes the call and then the school falls in line.
Oh, exactly.
And that's usually how it happens here. But, if you don't feel like, anyway, but I think you just want to explore it.
Right.
Now we did have another CV to review as teams, but I feel like this was pretty productive, I hope. And that was Aditi Gupta's. And she went up not too long ago, and she's a clinician, so hers looks a little bit different again, but she did go up for tenure. She was on the tenure track, I think. But I don't know, I don't think we really have time to do that.
I have the CD available. If
Yeah.
you want to look it over and send questions, and
Yeah.
we can definitely do that and follow up afterwards. So I'll leave these on the table, and if you want to take one and kind of go through it, those 3 domains, and then forward me questions, forward Kim questions. I mean, I'm gonna send them right along there anyway. But I think that could be a useful exercise.
Yeah, because she was, again, different in a different clinical department, et cetera. Just as successful, but in a slightly different way. You would see her making the case in a different way. What I do recommend people do now, now that I've gotten more experience, this was one of the first years when Laura went up, that I was chair, is in the preambles to each of the sections on research, teaching, and service, you have a little opportunity to write a blurb. And I have people get these criteria and say, I meet mid-level career, I believe I meet mid-level career achievements for research and scholarship because I have extramural grants or contracts, boo, 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 boo. Because I have, let's see, what's another one that people do? I have X research publications in peer-reviewed journals. So use that, where you can use the language of the examples. So like if anybody wants to say, I don't think this person cuts the mustard, they can, somebody else can say, look, she did it. Just don't talk about it anymore, So like to the extent that you can use examples from here, just to sort of like, put the words in the mouths of your reviewers so that they can say, yeah, she had X number of publications or grants or whatever, so that you so clearly meet these guidelines and using the examples where you can, so that there's just no question, And Laura did that 100% in the teaching section, and it was because we were worried about that section. We want to make sure people understood. Yes, she had supervised graduate students and participated on dissertation committees, which is one of the examples in teaching at mid-career level. So just walked through that and talked about those things. And you don't have to meet every single one. So. Yeah.
So what is your assessment of Laura's overall application? When you talk about Diane Durham putting it in the context of other people in the School of Medicine, where did Laura's fall?
Oh, well, I helped her write it. But I mean, from my experience on the school P&T committee, she unquestionably met criteria for mid-level, basically in all 3, research, teaching, and service, and was stronger than some people I'd seen go through without a problem. So I was comfortable, and I just wanted to make sure that everybody else was, yeah. But I work with some people who aren't in our department who other people point me to or whatever, and someone recently I think has decided to delay going up for promotion and tenure for a year because she had a baby and she hadn't. And when I met with her last time, I said, you go and put in whatever paperwork it is so that you can take that year if you need it. She was like, my chair thinks I don't need to do this. And I say, well, just put it in case you want it, And I think she's going to need it because she's in a clinical department and doesn't do much teaching. And still, there's just not a lot of teaching. She said, well, there's not a lot of opportunity. And I'm like, people don't care if there's not a lot of opportunity. If they have nothing to evaluate you on in terms of teaching, you are not going to make this criterion. So you gotta get it. So consider, using that year that you banked and teaching a class and getting some, So so you do need to use all the tools that are available to you, and just make sure you know what they are, so that, especially if you're on the tenure track and it's up or out, you get the outcome you And don't be ashamed or embarrassed about it or anything. I mean, these people are fabulous people. We want to keep them around. We don't want our rules to force us to do something, we don't want to do, so.
Thank you, Kim and Laura, that was great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up for them, if you want to do the exercise with a CV, I'm sure they're more than willing to answer any additional questions that you have, but thank you guys.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, that was very good.
Oh, good,
I go up this year, so.
Oh, excellent, yeah. Good luck with that. Yeah.
So you guys don't have to do a research and teaching statement, is that how, what's built in there? It's not a separate research.
It's not good. It's built in.
Yeah,
It's a-
which is kind of nice though.
Yeah.
It was lining up pretty well. with the criteria.
Yeah, it's not such a writing.
Yeah, you submit evaluations, papers,
That's just
notice of grant awards as your extra parts of your package.
Yeah. And that has been part, they've had years where they've not voted.
Yeah, really.
And I just.
Were you giving them tenure or promotion?
Tenure.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
And talk about politics and workers and things like that, and nobody was walking around.
Right.
And, so I just been determined that if I'm meeting, you're not gonna let that happen.
Yeah,
I mean, there's no way you can control the committee.
So, yeah, it's really hard if you don't make it. I mean, if you miss the tenure mark, it's pretty hard to bounce back from that.
It's hard, but there is life after tenure, and I know people have gone on to have perfectly happy lives, but you just want that to be a choice.
Yeah,
not a force.
one of my faculty, one of the guys that was my mentor, Dr. Stella at KU Lawrence.
Oh,
he,
Mount Stella?
Yeah. He, I remember him telling me that was like actually a dark point in his life after he got tenure, is what he said. Because so all through, going through grad school and then shooting for tenure, like you always kind of shoot for something, but then once you get tenure, it's like, what now, right?
Yeah. It's a funny thing.
Somewhat ethical, I guess.
Well, in a way, but then, you've got the other things. Once you get professor, then it's like, but now we've got post-tenure review.
Yeah.
Which is a good thing. There are some people who don't really do much afterwards, not many people. Yeah.
Does that carry actually any weight, the post-tenure review? Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
So they can actually take your tenure away?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you can be,
Yeah.
I think what's is that people, they're usually on and they're not productive and they get told they have to do this. So that they do it.
Oh, they retire.
Yeah, they're around that age, Not always, but, I think it's important to have that.
Well,
I don't want to go through it, but.
Is it just like going to tenure? Is it as rigorous as far as putting together a whole package? It really is.
Usually people are fine, but but you have to, you can't stop updating your CV.
Well, at KU, we had it switches all over to the pro CV system where it's supposed to be everything is tracked. And then, are you guys?
But they ditched it, right?
They ditched it. Well, at least in school pharmacy. And it was terrible because you start getting used to putting stuff in there, thinking, okay, everything's gonna be fine, and when I go continue, I'll just pull it all out. First off, it doesn't put it into a nice format. You have to go through and completely reformat it. And second off, when they pull it from you, then you got used to that system, and then now you have to go back to the old.
I know. Hopefully, I was disgusted to find that we were going on this kind of system. And then I was just wondering if they were digital systems, but I think it's a digital system. And it does look okay when you after.
Comes out in the same.
It comes out looking like our pages.
The hard part is figuring out where English shows up in the way.
Yeah.
Right, that's exactly what it's supposed to be. You figured out what fields to
And if you
actually
don't do
populate?
traditional things, figuring out where to put them.
Yeah,
Right.
some change.
So what would happen is it would print it out in the right format, but then you have to go through and extensively edit it. So it's almost easier just to keep your own CV. I think the only benefit of the Pro CV was to help as far as administration, like actually seeing what people were doing.
I
Yeah.
think they're required, we had to do it for.
Oh,
Yeah, so not every place ditched it, but like the school of pharmacy got rid of it. And I think there might be some schools that are keeping it, but yeah, I don't know.
Good. How are you?
I just wanted to say hi, because like definitely asked
Yeah, like,
your email, and I was like, I even just kind of now, and say James, email infinity is still down here, so it's left to your face.
Yeah. No, Ed didn't tell you that it's this year or next year?
No, he's Italian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I started
Solano
July
is Italian. Yeah, but when
Yeah, it'll be next year.
Since it goes in January.
Yeah, I was like, so I bought this ticket and I don't really have any place to be, but
Diane is
figure it out.
I'm
sure it was fantastic. I went wrong with a whole bunch of places, so, yeah, either places
Yeah.
or really a lot.
And some of that might just be
I mean,
how you present it.
So I spent a lot of time in Montreal, like, that's where I started. And